How we all doing tonight? Sat here and saw a few people already here in chat. Hey, Mad Dog, Gergman, Down Under, Caleb, Tom. How we doing? Gergman, if you're still here to answer, if I do not think there is any accounting for Mad Dog. He's unaccountable. And Caleb, your response to Down Under about getting the dog food, I think he meant woof, not oof. Small little difference there. Let's see. We got our poll going here. 7 votes in so far. Most of you enjoy the family, but next coming in after that, discounts candies the day after. I am definitely going to be going to the store and stocking up on the Reese's eggs for tomorrow. How you doing, Howie? Welcome on in. So, Mountain Dew for the day. We're just going traditional, original. Well, third Mountain Dew for the day. I've already had Baja Blast and Baja Blast orange thing. That one. Giving people a bit longer to come on in here. Yay, Mad Dog, your chat's working. All right, so, bit of housekeeping here. We're hopefully going to get done with the printer today because James and I are very excited to get moved into our new studio. We don't want to move until the printer's done because it's going to be a lot easier to move a printer that's already built.
To be fair, by done, I don't think we need to have it completely calibrated and, printing perfectly today. Just all the parts on.
That. But I can say there was going to be no one happier for the new studio move than James, where we'll have a bit more room and we can keep things organized, because I can tell you the state of this stream desk is driving him nuts.
I mean, you can see on camera how bad it is. Like, let me see if I can get the stuff around. Oh, he cleaned up just enough. But what I can do, I have power here.
You're gonna show the mess behind the face. Oh, he's gonna do me dirty like that.
Look at that. Look at that.
He's showing the mess behind the face.
Ridiculous, I say.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But Mad Dog, hopefully the moving to the new studio, we won't have to worry about that echo anymore either, because there will be a bit farther distance between where James is sitting and where I'm sitting, because right now there's maybe 1.5 meters between us, possibly 2. Let's see here. Bergman, it's fine. You just keep it in a non-working lawn ornament state. Yeah. The only thing that's terrible about it is, when you need to find that one thing, it's you put a bag over top and then you're like, where in the heck did that screwdriver go? And it turns out, hey, look, there's a white opaque bag over it, and the screwdriver's only this big, and so it's like you can't find it. So
it's
because we have a toolbox and everything where I can keep the tools organized.
I was gonna say it's only acceptable, Mad Dog, because of the amount of space that he has. Once we get to the new studio, this will not be acceptable, because you guys will get to see how much space he has. With the amount of space that he has, it will no longer become acceptable.
Caleb, I'm in your ballpark. Organized chaos is a thing. And I am all for that. But no, this drives James crazy. He is a very neat and tidy person. Me, on the other hand, I'm the, this goes here. It's not its space, but I know right where that is. Mad Dog, yeah, just more room to spread out. All right, so where we left off on last stream is we finished up what they called the bodywork and electronics. We sat here and got our side panels on, we got the back all filled up, and got the front little front extrusions on, and the top hat kind of all situated. Caleb, I have not printed with Piva yet. So far, my closest printer to a fully functioning printer is the Voron. That's not fully functioning, which is why we moved on to this, so I can have a fully functioning. Gerdman, you should never have to pack Legos. Lego is something that, you know, you move the kitchen appliances to make room for Lego. They have earned their place. Not the fridge and stove, but like the toaster oven.
When you say kitchen appliance, the things that come to mind are the fridge and the stove and the dishwasher. It's not that they're not easy to move.
I'm talking small appliances. How about
why?
that? Small appliances. The toaster oven, the toaster, the air fryer, the blender.
I mean, those are definitely appliances, but they're not what you think of when someone says appliances.
All right, so what we're going to need for this step apparently is some Allen keys, the needle nose pliers, and our Torx driver. And I need to find these top covers and everything, which they say are in the Plexi set. So we finally get to break into the Plexi set box. So we do have the little sliding cover, and that does in fact look like our other cover. So let's take the Plexi set box. I have a feeling we're going to be going back in and out of this box this stream, but we're going to put that off to the side so that's all out of the way and gives us room to work. We need some M3 by ends, which are the nylon locking nuts. So we have those right here. We need the insulators, which I think are actually in the small tool. Yep, that looks like it. And it says they come in either gray or black. The ones I got happen to be black. What else here? We need some M3 by 12 RTs. I don't know if we've used that size yet. M3 by 8 ST.
Oh, it'll be clean after that, all right. It'll be so clean, so pristine.
M3 by 10 RT. M3 by 12 CT. M3 by 30s. The Make Penguin Happy bubble wrap. Yes, I'm easily entertained. Bubble wrap will keep me entertained for hours. Okay. I am not seeing. This is the downside of the organized chaos method. Let's see.
Besides it being awful in every other way.
Caleb, I'm not going to use acetone on the side panel. I don't want those streaks.
But it would be so funny.
You want a streaker, go to a sports game. I'm pretty sure you can find one.
Hey, Penguin, I have a question for you. Did you hear about the baguette at the zoo?
The baguette at the zoo?
Yeah.
No.
Was bred in captivity.
I think James has been listening to Google for jokes again. Okay, where are these screws that we're looking for? In 3x12 RTs. So we need the Torx head screws. There's M3x20. And these are supposed to be black screws. M3x12. Nope, those are just the regular M3x12s. Rivets. Did I drop them on the floor at some point? I do not see them down there.
Oh, come on. You didn't like that one, Mad Dog? Okay, I got another one for you all. You ready? Let's see here. What do you call a factory that makes okay products?
What do you call a factory that makes okay products?
A satisfactory.
Bit better. But you know, James, I have to ask you. Did you hear about the snowman that saw summer?
You didn't tell him about it, did you?
No, but he had a total meltdown. In summer. Okay, so I found our M3x12 RTs. I was correct. We hadn't used them before, so they were in the bag. I just couldn't find the bag. We have our nylon rivets, so I get to use more of these lovely things. And then this UPG vent block. I'm going to... It does not tell me what box these things are in, but I took a guess at printed parts, and that is where it is. I have to do a hot sauce thing this stream.
I think you'll get a kick out of this one. It's got some of your favorite things in it. What do you call a dinosaur with an extensive vocabulary?
A thesaurus.
Screw you.
You know how much my partner likes dinosaurs. You don't think I've heard every dinosaur joke in the book?
This next one I actually got from a co-worker recently, and I think if you were paying attention, Penguin, you might have heard this one. So, what kind of shoes do frogs wear?
What kind of shoes do frogs wear?
Open-toed shoes, of course.
Is that like the frog parking only? All others will be towed? Oh god. I swear, I think James has a website up just filled with these bad jokes.
What do you call a man with a rubber toe?
Roberto.
I hate it. That's the worst one yet.
If you guys want to keep hearing these bad jokes from James, you know, he'll type a 1 in chat. I mean, we know down under down under Maker's thoughts on it. Cruel and unusual punishment. Okay, so let's see if I can get this peel off the backside on this. Always finding that one corner that gives you the good starting point.
Okay, but why did the barber win the race?
Why did the barber win the race?
Because he took a shortcut.
Well, I will say, Kat has been asking for James to get more involved in talking when I'm quiet. More involved. You guys cannot complain that he is not getting involved right now. Let's see. Oh, Howie's got one for us. What did the guy with leprosy tell the call girl? You can keep the tip. Oh, God. Oh. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, Howie. Yeah, if you guys have some dad jokes, you know, keep them kind of safe. Go ahead and put them in chat.
What do you call a dog magician?
I'm gonna see if I can figure this one out.
It's a good one.
An abracadabra?
Close. A labracadabrador.
Okay. Okay. This is a very weird peel. It's like, it peels great, but it's like every little cut in this, it's like, tut, 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 tut. Kirkman, I saw a stove for sale at several places. One store was $4.99, another $9.99. That's quite a range.
Why did the calendar go to therapy?
Why did the calendar go to therapy? I don't know.
Well, you see, it felt its days were numbered.
Fair. Flies like an arrow, but fruit flies like bananas. Let's see here. So we got our little peels done. So what is our next thing to do? Oh, hey, lay down the part onto the top of the printer. And thankfully, the screws we put in earlier give it a nice, give nice key points to line them up. And they even say if it's oriented correctly, they will line up with those screws we put in earlier. Spoiler alert, the cover isn't symmetrical. So, yeah, if for some reason you're putting on the top cover and it does not go down, flip it. Yeah, they're pretty bad, Caleb. But I have a feeling we have not heard the last of James and the dad jokes today.
Why did the music teacher go to jail?
I'm guessing these are PG, so that answer would not work.
She was caught with too many sharp objects.
Yep. Oh, Gergman, that is perfect. That is on topic. And you get the clap, Gergman. So, Gergman, for those of you that are listening but not watching and can't see the chat, Gergman said, "Why did the 3D printer break up with the slicer?" because it felt like their relationship was just going in circles and nothing was ever building up. That is too good, Gergman.
Speaking of relationships, why do some couples go to the gym?
Let's see here. If it's the one form, school's not good for things. Why did they go to the gym, James?
Because they know that some relationships just don't work out, so they're going to make sure theirs does.
Okay, so we're taking those little insulating inserts and we're putting all three of these M3x12 RTs through them, and they specifically say to make sure that the flanged part is up against the head of the screw. And then we are going to take, and there are 3 slots in the top, and these apparently just go into each slot's resting down. School is not for good things. I think some good things can come from school.
What do you call a cow that just gave birth?
A fresh milk supply?
Decaffeinated.
Okay. Okay, so it says align the vent cover. They are not symmetrical, which you can't. Let me see here. Hey, James, can we go to the... Oh, you got it for me already.
You think I don't know how to do my
If
job?
you look, we have a hole right where my finger is, and you can see there's 3 slots in, but that one's at the very edge of those slots. But if we go to the other side, we're 2 slots in. So they are, in fact, not symmetrical. And it looks like we're going to be going this way. So it's telling us to align them. And the one that is 3 slots in is not going to get this. So that's going to go on that side. Now they show this put on here. That is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So those sides are symmetrical. So I need to make sure that I put this on the correct way. So the way they're showing, they don't really give me an orientation. Let me see if somewhere along here they actually give me a picture so I can see the orientation, because they're saying, hey, align them, which I can align it either way, it looks like. Let me check and see here. That looks like it's going to be the better way to align it. And we are showing. Pop this up. And we are going to get our screws in. And then it looks like they're showing this on that side, so I do need to flip this around. Or better yet,
What does Jeff Bezos do before bed?
what does Jeff Bezos do before bed?
He puts his pajamas on.
That one was really bad.
And that's
Why
why
it's good.
Okay, so one there, one there. Okay. Okay. Ah! I need an extra hand.
That's
Yep. 1, 2. And 3. That's going in like so. This comes and goes over. That one. And that one. Okay. So that now they're saying to take some of our nylon nuts and secure the UGG or the UPGA to the panel with these. And then we're going to use a third one on that last one. And this will at least hold these in, so I don't have to worry about this thing falling apart as I'm doing things. Now they're saying to align this to and ensure that it doesn't. So yes, it is going in between. I'm going to show you. It's going in between the vent covers, not on top of one of those. That's what they're trying to make sure that you're not doing, or that you are doing. So it's in between them, not over them.
So, why do chicken coops only have 2 doors?
Because if they had more, they'd be a chicken sedan.
I hate that one so much.
Okay, this is saying use either the universal wrench or the needle nose pliers to hold the nut while you tighten this. So we're just going to go tight enough on this that there's, we don't have slack, but we don't want to go so tight that it prevents it from actually sliding.
So, a woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection. You know what the judge says? First offender? She says, no. First a Gibson, then a Fender.
What did the Gibson ever do to her? Poor Gibson. Okay, just going through here and getting these just snug enough to remove the slack. And then once we do that, we're going to try to slide it, which, nope, I've gone too tight. We're going to go quarter turn back. With all of them. So, quarter turn back. Quarter turn back. Are we good now? Nope. So let me loosen this last one.
All right, I got one more for the moment. You ready?
Let's hear it.
My wife caught me standing on the bathroom scale, sucking in my stomach. She laughs at me and says, "That's not going to help." And I said, "Of course it does. It's the only way I can see the numbers."
That's... yeah. That is definitely an American joke. Okay.
It is funny.
There we go. That's sliding back and forth and... maybe a little tighter. This is just that little bit of fine tuning. Getting it so that we've removed all the slack so there's no wobble, so we don't have trouble there, but not so tight. Okay, yeah. That went too tight on that middle. But see, my solution for that would be, I'm just going to get a scale that reads out the temperature to me. Or not the temperature, the weight to me. Okay, so crud. I flipped it over, ignoring the, hey, these aren't symmetrical, thinking that it was meaning the other way, and no, it was that way that they were not symmetrical. So now I get to undo all of this and do it again, but flipped over. Let's see here. Jim Steinman wrote a poem about beating people to unaliveness with a guitar. He couldn't tell if it was a Telecaster or a Stratocaster, but it wasn't at all easy. Oh. Let's see here. So I've got to undo everything we just did and do it on the other side. One at a time. I didn't read the full thing there, Howie. One at a time, please. Oh. That is terrible. Well, then I gotta ask James, do you know how deep a frog pond is? Knee deep.
When two vegans get into an argument, is it still called a beef?
Let's see. Are you guys enjoying these really bad dad jokes?
I'm not. That's why it's fun.
Let's see here. Oh, it's fun to see James squirm. Oh, if you want to see him squirm, all I have to tell him about is the human extruder thing. He really does not like that. Yeah, he really does not like the term human extruder.
When life gives you melons, you might be dyslexic.
Oh, I got it. I got it right away. But I am dyslexic. Dyslexia. Let's see here. Caleb, I think we're stopping the dad jokes for now. If there's any more, it is going to be on James.
Terrible, you say? Really terrible.
Terry Bibble.
Terrible.
See, now you're just making me... Terry Bibble just makes me think it's the long-lost brother of the best character from Lord of the Rings, Tom Bombadil. I was so disappointed that they left him out of the movies. So apparently, Stephen Colbert has been given permission to direct a movie that's going over those missing characters, and so it's pretty much going to be a movie about Tom Bombadil. So if he does it right, that's going to be awesome. Okay, so tighten those back up. We're still a little tight. Let me try loosening this first one. Tom Bombadil, Tom Bombadil.
Oh, Pat, you got here just in time for the dad jokes to be over.
Okay, there we go. That is on there. And
We're lucky you got here when you did.
yes, even when it's up top, it still slides smoothly, so we're good there. And I'm gonna get a drink. Yep, and then the next step is, hey, move the vent with your hand from a screw. It must move smoothly. So, yep, we are good there. Okay. And now we get to use my favorite bits and put some nylon rivets to hold the top down. I think I have a love-hate relationship with these because they are quite convenient for getting things attached, but at the same time, if they are not lined up absolutely perfectly, they don't want to pop in. Okay, number 3 and number 4. Okay, we got all 4 in. And it is telling us there are 8 openings, but 4 rivets should be sufficient. So they're showing us these ones. There are 2 more on the sides, but even they're like, hey, don't go crazy. 4 should be enough. Okay, so now we need to find these side panels. Hey, look, side panels. And more rivets. You know, it's at least tonight, you know, I know you guys loved it, but at least tonight I don't get to burn my mouth every time I finish a step. So that was some good hot sauce.
To be fair, though, we did find that the orange hot sauce, I can't remember the name of it, but the orange one, it's a really good breakfast sauce. Like, it goes really good on eggs.
The Taco Fuego to the Tijuana Flats and put it on some of their offerings. I had a burrito and James had a burrito bowl, and even the worker at Tijuana even tried some of it, and he was even like, he asked where we got the stuff because he was going to order some, because he was like, yeah, this is amazingly flavorful. I don't think ours are that good. So down under, the relationship with the rivets will be just strictly hate soon.
I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of things that Down Under Maker hates. They use that word very liberally.
He's a man that knows what he's about.
But weren't you ever told that hate is a strong word?
Gergman, he's not the only... Down Under is not the only one in here that hates Jabberwocky toolheads. I personally have not used one, so I cannot say one way or the other, but I do know there are other people in this audience that do not like the Jabberwocky toolhead.
But what about Jabberwocky the story or the song?
You mean from Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. There it is. That's the one. That's the breakfast one. That orbital orange. Caleb, you know, I'm happy he's sending you some of that hot sauce. Use that orbital orange in some eggs. It is amazing. And the spice will wake you up. I just need the peel to peel up. Come on, Mr. Peel. Give me a corner. That's all I need. I just need a corner.
Caleb, I put it on some avocado toast that I had that I usually put eggs on avocado toast anyway. And that combination, you know, avocado, eggs, and that hot sauce was so flipping good. Especially if you have some everything bagel seasoning to go along with it. It just rounds out everything. It's amazing.
James, you do not know how Gen Z you just sounded.
I'm sorry if I have good taste, unlike you.
Avocado toast.
Avocado is delicious. How dare you? Just because I like it doesn't mean I'm Gen Z.
But you are Gen Z.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, so it's saying we're going to align with the left recess, which is actually the one on the other side. So let's... Oh! Rotate this around. And that is aligned properly, it looks like. Yep. And then it's saying
Hey,
to
look, I
put
spot a
in...
monitor in that reflection.
our rivets. Now that I have one in, I can let go of that and put in the remaining.
See, Bergman understands.
Nope. Can't do avocados.
I mean, you can. You just choose not to because you're weird.
Yep, I just don't like them. Okay, now we're gonna flip this back around here.
You say you don't like them. Can you even tell me what they taste like?
Mushy.
That, my friend, is not a taste. That is a texture.
I never said it was a taste problem.
It sounds like you haven't had a correctly ripened avocado.
Okay, we're getting these rivets in. All right. So our side panel rivets are all in. Now we get to build a screen. So we're going to need our screen. And the screen knob. And the front and back panels. Aha, I think, yep, the front panel, I believe, is injection molded. I was going to compliment on how good that colors look, but I'm looking and you can actually see, let's see, little signs of the injection molding on it. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, like there. And up over here, there's another one. So, but it does look very nice.
Very nice.
Caleb, I'm going to be trying beans on toast at some point. I will do it on stream. Okay, so we've got our cover, our front and back covers, our knob, our screen. We need, there is, I had this piece earlier. Where did it go? Oh, it fell down in one of the bags. Our fasten connector. And M3x8 STs, which I believe are in this bag. So M3x8 STs. It's noted. They actually have a note here on the thing. Your kit may have included the updated injection molded LCD mount. Keep this in mind for the following steps. So apparently they did not used to injection mold one of the pieces. Okay. Actually, looks like the back. So as of March 2026, the XLCD mount has been updated. Your kit may include a new version. So this little back piece on mine is not the updated version. It is the 3D printed version. It looks like there might just be we zoom this in, the alignment here here, this little I'm guessing is a set screw or something. We'll find out later. That has been moved from the side. It looks like it's going up and down vertically on the new one, but they are saying that we have to make note of which one we have so we can make sure that we're doing it on the correct version. Okay, so we're going to, they are recommending taking a box. And laying it down. How you doing? So James has a poll going on right now to find out what kind of music that we've been playing you guys prefer, because we would like to sit here and have that music to be the most preferential we can.
Yeah, we started off, the initial streams were in lo-fi, and then up until this stream we've been doing EDM. In this stream, obviously, you can hear the chiptunes in the background. So let us know.
Okay, so we've pulled off the cover, and then we are inserting the Nemesis. Welcome in. Happy Easter, everybody. So we are inserting this in, and I'm looking through here. Digital Dragon, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yep, that just goes like that. We're gonna leave it hanging off the edge here. That way the control knob doesn't push the screen out. Okay, cover the rear assembly parts. If you have the older version of the printed rear cover, it must hook into the hook by the LCD itself in the corner. So this so with this version, we apparently have to hook it on to the LCD. Somehow. Let's see here. I'm looking to see where this thing would even hook. Aha. So it looks like we might need to. Do we take this out? Well, I think I might have an in-between version, because I don't have hooks in the corners. I got lucky. I think I'm in an in-between, because if you look where they're showing this thing should be up in this corner. Let me get on the overhead to show you guys. They're showing up in this corner. There should be a hook that we need to go into, but mine does not have that. So I think I actually got kind of an in-between version where they were testing, might have been testing out the new screens, but had not updated the manuals and everything yet. Because, yeah, there is, in fact, no hook on mine. So I feel kind of special.
Oh, we know you're special.
Oh, har, har, har. Okay, so I need to grab those M3x8 STs, and it's saying just to use 3 of them to hook in. We're going to grab our 3, and these are Torx. I think they're T10s. So we're going to go in the bottom left corner. The bottom right. I could have sworn I pulled out 3. There's the 3rd one. And the top right. It says, do not insert a screw into the 4th opening next to the long slot for the LCD connector, visible through the cutout. Leave it empty for now. So I'm just going through here. Raj, how you doing? Welcome on in. Being a Florida man does not make me special.
I beg to differ.
I would like to say it makes me an honorary Australian. Either that or Australians are honorary Florida man.
Second option.
Okay. So the next step is to move on. Let's move on to the 4th screw opening. This is where we'll attach the grounding fasten. So this is to ground our PCB and everything. So I'm going to grab that. We're going to grab our needle nose pliers. And that looks like it's just going to slide in underneath. Okay, we have that slid in. The holes line up. And then we're going to secure with another one of these M3x8 self-tappers. Let's see. Florida man makes you tanner, but then again, you're an IT. Yeah. The red also sits here and, you know, helps prevent that tan as well. All right, that's good and snug. Good and snug. Good and snug. Okay, all 4 are good and snug there. Queenlanders are the Floridian equivalents? Okay. Oh, we got it from an Australian. Queensland and Florida. You know, take the old British city twinning, and that's what we need to do. Those two need to twin together. Okay, so now we're going to take our knob. There is an orientation to this knob. I can't really... let me see if it'll show up on camera. I do not know. Actually... there we go. I do not know if you guys will be able to see, but there's also inside there, you can actually see where they've kind of taken, I don't know if you can see. Yeah, there are some shorter parallel pegs sticking out in the middle, but there's also kind of a little notch here that'll let you know where those pegs are. And you want to align that with the flat side of the knob. And that will just snug fit on there. Okay. So we've got that. I'm feeling the clicks. Next, we're going to need the LCD we just made. 2 M3 in square nuts. So there's our square nuts. Which those are apparently only for the old part, so I might be in a weird situation here. Because I'm kind of, yeah, I really am in between. Because I still have the old slot like the old one had, but I don't have the latch in like the new one has. Okay. Well, let's see here. M3 by 6. And those are our regular M3 by 6 socket heads. M3 by 6. And then the bezel, which is found in metal parts 2. That's metal parts 1. Metal parts 2. 1 bezel acquired. Nicotine acquired. And drink. Throwing a crock through a takeaway window. I've seen a lot worse things than a crock thrown through a takeaway window. Okay, so we're going to take our 2 square nuts. And one comes in from the outside over here. So the outside on this one. Just going to grab our little screwdriver and push that in so it lines up. And the other one slides in with the little slot that we have on here. Or in theory it does. There we go. Now we're lined up there. Down under? That is a very good question. Oh, the shoe or the croc kind? Yeah. Okay, so now they're saying take the M3x6s and we're going to insert them in, but not really all the way. They want a gap of at least 3 millimeters.
You know what sounds fantastic for dinner?
Food?
Chicken Alfredo with that hot sauce.
Which one? The over the moon or the orange?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to grab our scale here. And that is 3 mil on the dot. And that one's only 2 mil.
No, they pretty much complement each other, I would think. I mean, most of the time that you have a cheesy sauce, you know, and hot, you can taste both.
You should know that was only 2 mil. Just measuring out here, making sure we get to that 3 mil mark that they want. Because I'm pretty sure that these are just here to latch the screen onto the front when we get there. Oh no, they latch onto this piece. So then, once it's latched on, let's see. John Doe, yeah, how you doing? John Doe, hopefully we will be. Now, what I'm debating, that is quite the gap there. They're saying if it's done right, this little bezel here should be on the top with the screen facing up. So, hey, look, we did it right. And saying push them all the way in. They're not saying anything about tightening, but I am going to tighten them a little because there is way too much slop.
There, that's fine.
Ah, it does say tighten. So we're getting those in there and tightening them down. That is now
Eating
tight.
is fun.
Okay. So we're gonna take and rotate. Let me see if I can, how much room I have to bring this back so you guys can see. Not much, just we're kind of partially off the desk there. Okay. So this is going to come this way, but for now, we're going to rotate it down. It's saying there's a small red tab on the main connector. Yep, I do see that one. This must be oriented to the triangle on the PCB. So the way this thing is, it needs to be oriented this way. All right, that's in. And then we grab our grounding cable. That's going to go onto our fasten connector. I like learning the names of new things. I did not know that was called a fasten connector. All right. It's saying gently lift this upwards. At an angle, because it kind of sandwiches itself. Yep, it's saying to make sure that you hook the tiny bezel on the side behind the upright there. I think we're pretty good there. Hook the tab on the other, gently lift it, and hook the tab on the other side. Okay. So the electronics and fasteners box is going to have some of our foam tape, it looks like. Electronics and fasteners, we got that. Foam tape, we have that. There are apparently two sizes. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and just rip open the packaging here, because just to make it easier to get to, because that's garbage afterwards anyway. Okay, so we have the short one, and then these two should be approximately, nope, those are exactly the same length, so good. They're warning you that, hey, the backing color may vary. Mine's white, they're showing yellow. So then they're saying take the shorter one and peel off a side. There's a lot of peeling in this chapter. And then they want us to, I'm going to have to turn this so I can see, because they want us to put this on so that there's an offset that we're about equal distant. So that goes. So actually, right there, I'm using the little corners as my guide.
Thank you for keeping the dad jokes alive. I appreciate it.
All right. Nope. Okay, so we're going to take this and peel off the rest of our backing and just kind of line it up along the bottom. There we go.
Nemesis, I don't know if you were here earlier. That's what the entire beginning of the stream was. It was glorious.
I just got that he was talking about that. For a second, that just went pew. But yes, it was very appealing. Okay. Now we have those. Now we get to sit here and take the longer ones. And we're going to start at the top here. And work our way down. I am just making sure that this stays lined up along the edge here as I'm going down. Just using my finger as kind of a guide. Okay, now what they say is use your needle nose pliers to trim any that goes over the steel at the bottom. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use my flesh cuts. Okay. And then once that's done, we're going to do it again on the other side. Yay! Again, guiding it down with my finger along the edge. Okay. That's that part done. Let's see here. Just show your age down my girl. Old and slow. Back in my day. Which is terrible because I think quite a few of you are older than me, so. Okay. So our next step, we need M3x5 RTs. M3x5 RTs. Good, we got those. We need we need our square nuts. Those are already up here. We need our remaining magnets. And then we need to go back into the printed parts box and grab the magnet holders. Okay, so we're going to grab 2 more of these square nuts. And those are going to go into the edge on our magnet holder. I cannot wait to get to the new studio and hopefully get some new cameras and get you guys better new camera angles. Maybe get a little close-up camera for when I'm doing this stuff.
I don't know about a close-up camera, but I think I am going to have one at the edge of the desk that shoots down the side of the desk. I can zoom in on that if need be.
Okay.
I just refuse to trust you with a close-up camera.
See, James doesn't trust me. Okay, so with this, we then slide our magnets in here, and it does say, hey, the orientation of these magnets does not matter. I hope that is actually the case, because these things will be kind of impossible to get out otherwise without completely breaking them apart. I mean, I'm guessing that they're just going that, hey, this needs to go onto the metal, which they both do, so we're good there. Okay. From the inside edge, it's saying to put these in, and there are little square cutouts here. And then we're going to secure it with an M3x5 RT screw, which, let me see if I can, let me rotate the printer so you guys can see. So, we're going to rotate more. You can see there's these little rectangle cutouts, and that's actually what this is sitting in.
We're almost there, Jeff. Almost there.
And what I'm going to do is, I did notice that there is what looks like some printing remnants around these screws. So I'm going to screw through on both sides just to break off any of that. So it does not get in our way. Screwing on in. Let's see here. Yeah, so yeah, after we get all this assembled, we do need to do the initial self-check and calibration and all of that. Okay, so That first one is in. And then it's saying, hey, we're just going to do the same thing on the top. Now, this one doesn't look like it has any of that extra stuff on it. We're just going to put our screw on there. Get it lined up. And there we go. Okay, now we need to find the door hinge, and the door hinge, that's electronics and fasteners. Nope, it's not going to be in there. That's printed parts. Well, that's the last piece in... Is that the last piece in that? That is the last piece in that box. Ooh.
He's throwing things at me.
The electronics and fasteners.
Look at that mostly empty desk. It's crazy over there.
Well, what I need to find now, I know where the hinge pins are. Those are in this little small fastener box. Ugh. That's filament. Where did... Hey James, can you do me a favor? There's a small box that fell behind the computer over there. That one. Does that say something about hinges on it? That's the box I need. There we go. Those were the pieces I needed. The box fell down. Okay, and then we need some more of these M3x5 RTs. So you have all those pieces are assembled. So it's saying from the inside on this side now, we're going to insert the door hinge and fix it in place with an M3x5 RT. We're just going to get that screwed on in. And then it's saying do the same thing for the top. All right, let's see here. Let me check chat. Let's see here. Nemesis, did the tornado get close to you? There were some nasty tornadoes the other day. I know I think there was one that touched down near, I want to say Bloomington, Illinois, or Bloomfield. Bloom something, Illinois.
Well, now Havoc, of course we can't print Warhammer minis, because those are strictly copyrighted. You know we can't do that. Also, welcome in, Havoc.
How you doing, Havoc? Havoc, you missed us putting in panels, messing up the top panel, redoing it, getting it correct, putting in the side panels, and now we're putting the screen together. And now we're working on the door hinge stuff.
But most importantly, you missed a ton of amazing dad jokes.
Okay, so it's saying align the doors, hinge out with the door hinge. The chamfered into the hinge pin should be inserted first to make the assembly easier. I don't really see a chamfered end. Let me see. Yep, I don't really see a chamfered end on either of these. They're saying take the door hinge pins.
Well, like I said, Down Under Maker, that's not something that we here condone. We definitely cannot say that that is a thing that we, endorse. Definitely not.
Yeah, our local game shop has already told us about the huge troubles. Ah, that's what they're talking about. The chamfered edge of the pin. You it first. Okay. All right, so that end is going, and they're saying to use the tip of the needle nose pliers.
Hey, those tabletop games, I'm sure, are a lot of fun. I have a close friend who plays a lot of tabletop games. I don't really do it because I don't have a lot of time to, but he seems to enjoy it immensely.
Yeah, we have a friend that really does love miniatures. I have always wanted to get into the Star Wars miniature, but okay. Now, they say until it's fully inserted, so I can still see a bit. That is now fully inserted there. There we go. So those are in. Our next step, install the bottom. Yep, and then it says to look into the groove to make sure. So yep, that's what I just did, and they are fully inserted. And next we are going to pop open.
I know they've been really liking the Cyberpunk tabletop game a lot too, if you don't want to get into the actual Warhammer proper. The Cyberpunk one seems to be a lot of fun. Of course, based off the game Cyberpunk 2077 by CD Projekt Red, in case you didn't catch that.
So we have our Core One panel and our metal handle. And then they'd say, hey, this door panel is labeled Core One. Don't worry, this is intended. I get to apply the plus decal on the final step. I got to find the plus decal somewhere too. And then we need more of these M3x5 RTs. So we're going to do some more peels. Now, this should be the last set of peels.
theoretically, with the size of this panel, should be the most satisfying of the peels to date.
Nope, it is not going to be a satisfying peel. It is a sticky peel. Very,
It looks pretty though.
very sticky peel. Okay, well that's one side peeled. And I think that's actually, yep, they only have it on one side. They're saying you can remove the protective peel white afterwards. Well, that all came off as one. So, yep. Okay. So next, we're gonna align. Mad Dog, yep, we got that peel was a very sticky situation. Okay. All right, I'm gonna need to rotate this towards me because I'm gonna need to get some angles. So I do apologize that you guys won't be able to really see this.
Are you sure you don't want to know?
Let's see here. Line
How do you know
the
how
cutouts
properly
of the
to
door
clean
should
it?
fit into the grooves, top to the bottom of the sleeves. Signs of the door pointing outwards. Slide all the way into both hinges. Well, it'd be great if it lined up. Well, that one just lined up. There we go. That is now lined up. And then we're going to grab the 4 M3 by 5 RTs. And those just screw into the rest of the door hand through the panel into the heat sets that are on the hinge. Okay. Yeah, I am excited about being almost finished with the printer build. Oh, not that kind of sticky or excited. Okay, so we move on to these. There are some peels because these, I guess, are held on. The handle is actually just held on with adhesive. All right, so we got those peels.
Make sure you get it lined up first try.
Okay, the part where the adhesive strip is going to go into the back side of the door, but it's saying wait for the upcoming step. We have to align the handle first. So align the handle so that the chamfered part is flat to the top. So theoretically, if I do not touch that back piece to there, we should be good. So that is in fact aligned to the top.
Down under, I'd say it more like it took 1 7/8 of a printer to finish one printer.
All right. Let's see here. Is the handle part printed? No, this is actually looks like stamped metal. And then yeah, down under, I would definitely agree with James. It was more like 1 7/8 printers. We at least got that other one printing. Okay. We've got that. Now we get to find the plus. Oh, from January 26th on, which I bought this before then, the plus symbol will already be there. So apparently somewhere, I guess in one of these bags, is a sticker with the plus symbol on it. Maybe. I don't remember seeing a Core One Plus upgrade box.
Hopefully you didn't throw it out.
No, I haven't thrown out any boxes unless I was 100% sure that they were empty. Let's see here. That's the serial for the buddy camera. That's an empty bag. Hold up. Nope, those are thermal pads. That's an empty bag. That's an empty bag. Those are zip ties, which are always useful to have. Those are screws, screws, and more screws. James is going through the other box that we have here. Well, what I'm going to say, Core One Plus sticker. It is not in a box, it's in a bag. We have our Plus sticker. And say, peel it off. Let's LTX, welcome on in. And Kenneth, how you doing? We should be getting ready to print here relatively soon. I'm going to close this door here real quick. And then this sticker apparently lines up with the applique that's already on there. Yep, that makes sense. We're going to put some pressure on there. And then carefully. And we have a Core One Plus now. So let me turn this around.
I don't believe you. I can't see it.
And it's now a Core One Plus.
You guys know what that means.
So then, gummy bears.
How many of those you got left over there? You think you're gonna have extras to toss me one?
Hey, we will see, because let's see here. It's 5 more gummy bears. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And believe it or not, no, I'm actually going to be too short for the last step.
What?
Yeah,
Inconceivable.
I got gypped.
Conceivable.
Okay. So, we get to move on. So step 1 is belt tensioning. So they're saying, hey, the left screw adjusts the upper belt, the right screw does the lower belt. Double check the M330 screws in the belt tensioners were lubricated during assembly. And then adjusting belt tension, Core One. Yep, it's just showing to screw those in. And then press the gantry. Okay, so let's read this. Ensure the stepper motors are disabled. Well, yeah, the printer's turned off, so they're disabled. This can be done by switching off the printer or through the LCD. By hand, move it to its most front position. Okay. Press the gantry against the front so there's no play. Yep. So we're pressing in the front so there's no play. And I'm not having a gap on either side. So yeah, this is going through and saying, hey, use the belt tuning wizard that's built in. Well, I think we will do that, but to do that, I've got to power it on. Let's see here. Down under. No, I didn't eat. So Nemesis, I didn't eat in the off stream. They've been sitting at the studio, which is a long way away from me. Let's see here. FYI, I'll need a 1,000 millimeter wide by 850 millimeter tall for an 8 spool index setup. So a 1 meter by 0.85 meter tall for a 8 spool index. So the space for the filaments. Okay. Okay, well, let's go back here because apparently we get to do the belt tensioning because they're showing that we should be able to do that through the printer itself. Let's see. So I'm just reading through this little thing. So it's saying, hey, press it in if there's no play. and make sure there's no play. Do this procedure on both sides if there's any perfect. So there's no play when I press it up. So the alignment is good. Slightly loosen both belt tensioners, loosen the bolt on the corner with play and lessen the other. Okay, belt tuning wizard. So yeah, it looks like we need to just power this thing on and get going. So this is the point where we are going to plug in our power cord.
Maybe.
Okay. Here's where we see if we have any of the magic smoke. Fans came on. Screen is on. I don't know if I can move this back far enough. Yep, you guys can kind of see. James, can we tilt that camera down a little bit? The screen is on. It is booting. Then, of course, we have our O-ring and the filament holder. I am not smelling anything. I'm not seeing any magic smoke. We're going to grab our bed. Okay, so we got that in there. We're gonna go English. Hi, this is your Prusa CORE One printer. I would like to guide you through the setup process. Okay. Printer type. Well, the only printer type that shows up there is CORE One. Print head 0.4. High flow is turned on. Silicon socks turned on.
You know you're not following the guide, right?
Next extruder.
They have this in the guide.
They do? Okay. So then,
Firmware update first.
Hmm?
Do a firmware update first.
well, in that case, James, can you do me a favor?
No.
Download the firmware.
That's a fancy USB drive.
So this thing just plugs in and twists. Okay, that's how that turns on. Papa, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, all printers come with a USB drive containing the most recent one, but it's recommended to check and make sure that there's not a later one available. So James is just downloading the firmware for us because he has easier access to his USB ports than I do. that drive not showing up?
I hear it,
but I don't see it.
wonder if it's not flashed. Just a minute. Huh. Doesn't show up in disk management. Oh no. I hear it. Initializing it.
Maybe a different USB port? Or sitting here trying to see if the drive shows up even. You found it?
Yeah.
Okay. Papa, yeah, at least it's not that. We're just updating the firmware that's supposed to come on this.
Good thing I looked, because there's a newer version of mine on it already.
Cool. So apparently, since I purchased this thing, they've come out with an update. So we are going through, and we have now downloaded the latest one. They do send a thumb drive to go with this, and it actually is a pretty nice looking thumb drive.
It's fancy.
So we're actually going to power off the printer. And insert our thumb drive. And then power it back on. Verifying new firmware available. File version this. We're going to tell it to flash.
I'm gonna see if I can get it close
It's
up on
verifying
the
the
screen real quick.
James is messing with some zoom and everything so we can see on the screen. I can say I've done a Clipper update and it's not that hard, but it is time intensive because it's, hey, you updated this, now this broke, so now you have to reflash this. So I can see where it can get annoying, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not the clearest picture, but it works. Now I should be able to do this. This.
Okay, well, don't make the audience dizzy or
It's
nauseous.
fine. They can handle it.
Okay. Turn it on, let it do the flash.
First time I've had to use that feature. It's great.
Okay, so we're waiting for it to boot up. Nope, it's still flashing. So, waiting for it to flash. See, James, it's all your fault
When is it not?
when it's mine. Ooh, so this new firmware is going to prep us for index if we ever can get our hands on one and get this thing upgraded.
I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, but I have a feeling Down Under was talking about Flipper in general. But who knows? I know nothing.
And hey, still only gives me printer type Core One. Print head, we'll make sure that's all correct. 0.4 nozzle, high flow, next extruder silicon sock, and stock. Then we're going to go to This does not have the chamber vent control on it. For now, we'll keep it at manual. Okay. I'm going to say no because I do not have the Prusa app. All right, this is where I'm going to have James go away and mute us so I can get this on Wi-Fi.
We're getting there.
All right, so we're connecting to Wi-Fi. We have connected. All right, no, I don't want to connect to Prusa Connect right now. Now this is saying for the self-test, but I haven't done the belt calibration yet, so I'm not going to do the self-test yet. I'm going to get into I'm going to get into our settings here so I can do the belt calibration. Let me go back through the manual here. Open that in a new tab. Okay, so to get to this, belt tuning wizard. So LCD menu, settings. Manual belt tuning. And continue. Okay, let me grab the correct Allen key. We have that. Okay, we're going to move the printer to the front. Continue. Printer is homing. Yeah. We're gonna abort that. I think I need to tension. These things quite a bit before we can do that. Because that was not even homing because the belts were so loose.
Wi-Fi connection failed. Provide the connection. Here.
Okay, those feel a lot better now. Okay, so apparently once we tighten those up, now I can see that we are not fully there, so I need to do the gantry adjustment. So it's saying to fully loosen both of these. Let's see here. Okay, so I'll send for the Core 2 Plus. You might appreciate this. You're bored tonight and trying it on the dual nozzle module snap maker. Okay. Turns out you may have been pushing something uphill with Vivid because you were sent some bad gear. Ooh. Okay, so that looks like that one's loosened all the way. Now it looks like that one's loosened all the way now. Okay, and what they're saying is move the gantry about halfway back along the rails. Grip the gantry on both ends and apply gentle pressure until the tilt straightens out. Almost there. There we go. All right, then we're going to tighten the belt tensioners gradually. So we're going to go one turn on that side. One turn on that side. We're just going to keep going back and forth on this until we get a bit of tension on these belts. Because there was absolutely no tension. Last time we did this, and so it was unable to even home so we could actually run the calibration. Okay, that looks like we have some tension now. So I'm going to slide this back. We're going to go into our settings. Our manual belt tuning. Okay, now it can actually move. And that just reset on us. Homing error Y. Failed to home the Y axis. So the bottom one seems like it's very loose compared to the top. So we need to tighten up the right screw. Yeah, that's still very loose compared to the top. Okay, I'm just loosening up here, trying to get them fairly even tension. We're going to reset it. So I had no problem doing the X, but the Y, on the other hand, it was like, nope, not doing that. Manual belt tuning. There it goes. Okay, now that we have some tensions on those belts, we're going to do the upper belt first. So then let's go back to this thing. Okay. So we're going to adjust the hertz. Look for a slow, extended, and steady resonating movement of the belt. Once you see that movement on the selected belt, select the frequency. Well, it's the top one first. All right, I had the top open and that actually made it so that the light was able to go through, so I need to go back down. I was getting too much light here before. Let's see here. I'm looking through here, and so what this is saying, it's giving me some images on what it's supposed to look like. And it's saying the Core One ideal target frequency is a max of 98. I can say I am not seeing that big movement that they're showing.
Did you break another?
I'm seeing that on the bottom one right now. Okay, I definitely found the bottom one. That's the point where I'm starting to see some movement. So let's go there. The lower belt. I'm just raising. I'm really seeing that movement right now. Okay. That's too far.
Howie, I agree. It does indeed look like a printer. That's all that I care about.
Okay. I'm just doing some adjustments here, looking for that movement that they're showing. That would be where that is. Okay. All right, they're saying alignment issues detected. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take and turn this towards me. So that way I don't have the studio lights coming directly on, because I think that may be okay. So if I move to the front, yep, we don't have any gaps. Continue. Okay. This is where it gets a bit tricky, because that's the frequency where I'm seeing the bottom belt.
Have the average phone. And use your phone's microphone to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I might do the phone thing. Let me download the Prusa app here real quick. Let's see here. Looks like a printer now. Yeah, so we definitely. Let's see here. But does it print edible filament? No, it's not one of the chocolate printers. Okay, and I need to log into a Prusa account, which I do not have. I have the strangest feeling that my belt just isn't tight enough in the first place to even show. I'm going to tighten it a little bit.
And now you'll get to see what it means for him to be stubborn. Because I get to deal with his stubbornness fairly often. This is him being stubborn and not wanting to use the app.
Take 2 seconds. Also, I must have told you.
Okay. Let me. Yeah, I think I have a printables account. Let me check here.
Also, you probably haven't turned on case.
Let me check my. I think I might have done that way. Okay. Well, I'm logged into the app now. Let's see here. Belt tuning. Okay. We're gonna abort that. Okay. So do that, and it's saying move it to the rightmost position. Good, we're good there. Pluck the upper belt in the middle with your finger. Best results are achieved in a silent environment with your device closer to the belt. I'm tapping to enable the microphone, but that
As
is
an environment
not
as it gets.
enabling my mic. Let me close that out. Go back to the belt tuner, Core One. I take the phone out of the case just in case that also affects. Tap to enable microphone. Yeah, let me check to see if settings, apps. I need the Prusa app. Prusa permissions. Allow for microphone. Let's close. Belt tuner this. Nope, that's not doing the microphone either. Let me see, because I think it's actually using Chrome, so let me see if that has that enabled. Chrome permissions. Okay. Belt tuner, Core One. There we go. "56 hertz. Belt is too loose. Let's tighten that thing up." Let me give it a good 3 turns. Belt still too loose.
Got a lot of screws loose. Okay.
"89 hertz, so we're getting closer. I'm gonna go a half turn that time. 94, so the belt is a little loose, it says. Going to go a quarter turn, if that. We want to get to apparently 98. We are perfect on that one, so lower belt. $77, way too loose. And that little turn got us all the way up to 93, which is, they're saying, is just right. So, should we go ahead and try the one that's on the thing, or just say, hey, the Prusa app says it's good, we're good to go? What do you guys think?
Might as well do it on the printer as well. Safety in numbers, right?
Let me, no, because I need the darkness. All right. I'm looking here.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. There we go.
This is the boring part. But hey, the boring part means we're almost there, means we're almost ready to print.
Okay, turn both screws, loosen an eighth of a turn, is what they're saying. Continue. Finish. Okay. So we're done there. So now I guess we have to go through and actually go through the self-test now. Okay, so let me close the door. We're going to rotate this around. Hopefully you guys can see the screen. James, can you zoom in on the screen again? Oh.
Oh, it's
Yep. Okay, we're going to go to settings. Well, where would, does anybody know where that self-check
probably have to reset it.
can be? Let's see, I'm looking. Yes, down under, do you know where the full check is, or should I just reset the print? Yeah, we're gonna hit reset because when it boots back on, it asks me, do I want to run the full self checks? So now that we've got the belt tensioned, okay.
LCD menu control calibrations.
Okay, run self-testing calibrations now. Yes. Before you continue, make sure your print sheet is installed on the print bed. It is. That's loud. Down under, I just reset it and just asked me if I wanted to run them. So, exhaust fans work. Hot end fan looks like it's working. We got check on all those tests. Good. Let's calibrate then. Is the chamber door closed? Yes. Now fully open the door and confirm that it's open. Grab the door in the middle and place your fingers behind it. As shown in the picture, then press confirm. Open the door and loosen the tensioning screws about a quarter turn, then close the door and confirm. I am a fan. Bergman, you're a fan and you're working. Well, I'm happy that you are a fan. Okay. So it says loosen by a quarter turn. Okay. That has been loosened. Then close the door and confirm. It's saying adjusting it, the tension was not successful. So it's saying to loosen it a quarter turn again. I see, no, now I see why it wasn't successful. Let me tighten it a quarter turn. Okay. Continue. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and enable the door safety sensor. Please close. So take that back. You said no more dad jokes. Yeah, maybe my fingers are too fat. Okay, close the door to prevent air drafts and burns and other undesirable effects, okay? It is telling me to grab my phone again. It's telling me to scan a QR code. Let's see here. Hey, Wix Central, how you doing? Okay. I have the strangest feeling that that calibration did not go as planned. Come on, because that sensor is now barely sticking out of there. Yep, that's not going. I think I'm gonna have to recalibrate. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna have to recalibrate this door sensor. Once we get that there. Let's see here. Door sensor will be off after a couple of prints because it'll irritate you. It's only there for OSHA compliance. I have a feeling you are right down under maker, but still gonna try it. There we go. Door sensors at least going now. Okay. The Y-axis test failed. During the test, okay, no, that failed again. Okay, let me do the door sensor again. Calibrate. The door is closed. The door is open. Okay, we need to loosen it a slight bit, it says. Because I did hear it. Yeah, we're gonna abort. Yep, skip that. And continue running the test. Okay. All right. The Y-axis keeps failing, and I don't know why. Har har.
Okay.
That's the door caliber sensor. Let's go by that. But it bypasses. So the next thing it goes to is the load cell calibration. Yeah, it goes by all the X, Y, and Z and then says load cell test. Let's open the door, load cell test. Okay, need your help with this? You will be asked to tap the nozzle. Don't worry, it's going to be cold. Continue. Tap the nozzle on the beep. Load cell test passed. Okay. Continue. The previous test must be completed. Let's do the x-axis test. Okay, let's see here. What fun is tapping a cold nozzle? It's much more exciting if it's hot, isn't it? Okay. Let's see what it does here. So it's calibrating. All right, so it's just tapping up against the sides right now. It goes faster when it's hot? Yeah, I bet it would. I think this is one of the long tests. Continue running test, yes. That didn't seem right. Okay. The alignment calibration came good. Let's try this y-axis again. The y-axis keeps failing. I don't know. To our good friend Google. Actually, let's check and see if they say anything here. Gearbox. No, they don't do anything. Okay.
Go to step 9 door sensor calibration. Look at this.
All right, I'm just reading through the comments here.
Look at the
All the way at the top. If your Y exclusively fails, you have to be then you check that the USB-C cable isn't sitting in the way of the Y-axis. Okay. Well, let's move that and let's try the Y again. Nope, that failed again. Okay, I'm going to take the buddy cam out entirely. And just put that up at the top here real quick. And try the Y again. No, the Y keeps failing.
Instruction. Both those. I. And then the 85 should help with the one.
Okay, so we're reading something, and apparently tuning the belts to 85 hertz instead of the ones that they recommend apparently helps with this. Let's go. Actually, let's use the app and tune them to 85 hertz. Okay. Well, they apparently didn't update the tuning frequency either, because it still wants that's 86. Let me there we go. That's 85. Y-axis. We know we're going to need to loosen. Nope, that's way too loose. Quarter turn. 32. Do an eighth of a turn. 24.
Down under? No, he doesn't listen to you.
Let's see here. This is why you use the app tension. Down under? I'm actually using the app tensioning meter. 79. $81. $83. $87. $84. Close enough, but I want it. $85. There we go. They're both tensioned to 85 now. Yep, so let me turn this back so you guys can see. All right. Calibration and test. Y-axis test. Success!
The power of the internet.
Let's see here. I told you to do this to begin with, but no, I wanted the genuine Prusa experience. Yeah. Down under. I apologize. You know I can be a bit stubborn sometimes. Just going through this test. We're going to tell it to skip the door calibration. Only David is supposed to be on the struggle bus. Oh. This is how you calibrate it. Yeah, I give myself the struggle bus quite often. Okay, failed to calibrate homing. I'm gonna move this up a bit so that way it's fully on the desk. And tell it to retry. Yep. Well, that's one of the reasons I do this. Yeah. Sounds like your washing machine. Yeah. Dunk, 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 dunk. But yeah, Nemesis, this is one of the reasons why I like showing this stuff, because hey, people can learn from it.
As someone who knows a little bit about appliances, it sounds to me like your washer is imbalanced. You should get someone to balance that for you.
Okay. Continue. Load cell passed. Now it's doing our Z. You're gonna get used to this bonk bonk corner slapping. It does it before each print. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, no, I think Armor is off at some event or something. That's why he hasn't. Okay. Z-axis checked out. It's doing the nozzle heater check. Oh, this told me to run the calibrations. Yeah, I think the manual skips a lot of this stuff because they didn't say anything about the X or Y. The bottom bed slam is always a fun one, yeah. Okay, so the preparing checked, the heater testing is still going, the heat break status checked, the heat bed status check went, but the testing is going. The nozzle heater, that checked out. We are still waiting on the heat bed testing. I'm going to close the lid. This, I think, is going to take a while. That's going up like a degree every like 2 seconds. It's at 57 and it needs to get to 110. Hey James, you want to zoom in on the screen? Okay, you heard James. He said no. Okay. The gearbox alignment is only necessary for user-assembled or service gearboxes. In all other cases, you can skip this. Continue. Before you proceed, make sure your filament is unloaded from the extruder. Continue. Rotate each screw. Okay, let me see if I can read this on the screen. Okay, gearbox. Loosen the 3 screws on the front of this. So we're going to lift that up, open this up, and then loosen these 3 by 1.5 turns. So half a turn, 1 turn, half a turn. So that's 1.5 there. 1.5. 1.5. All right. That says then wait approximately 20 seconds. This is PID tuning. Huh. Cool. I thought PID tuning had to do with temperature though. This yeah. Make sure you do it 1.5, not half into 1. Is the dongle for Wi-Fi calendar maker? Let's see here. Something you get used to is using preheat for ABS prints and then going to do it slicing the model and upload. Yeah, with how long this bed seems to take, I would definitely say preheating first. Okay, so now we need to tighten these up. We're going to go top left first. So 1 or half, 1.5. Then we're going to go to the bottom one. 1.5. And then we go to the top one. Okay. Continue. Close our latch. Continue. Okay, please make sure there's filament in the tool and slide inside the filament sensors. Okay, well I think, after David telling me, hey, don't do ABS on the smooth plate without a release agent, which I do not have yet. We are going to use some of the filament that Prusa did provide to me. of this Prusa Mint orange. You know, well, that tear did not go. Well, I'm trying to keep it so it can be resealed.
Right.
Yep, they have a resealable bag, but I think James is right, and I'm just gonna slice the thing open. Let's see here. First it charges you the Porsche model of charging you more. And not send them the Wi-Fi module.
It's pronounced Porsche. It's silly.
So, John Doe, it is orange. Okay, so it's saying, please make sure there is filament in the tool and side filament sensors.
Yeah, the bag was making it look a bit red. It definitely looks a bit more orange now.
Okay. Let me give ourselves a little angled cut here. Okay. We're gonna feed our filament, I guess, all the way in.
That was more of a blue.
Okay. Please make sure there is, no filament. Reading hard.
Reading comprehension. What is that?
Okay. Continue. Is there any filament in the tool or side filament sensor? No. Okay. Push the filament through the side. Push the filament through the side and extruder filament sensors until the extruder engages with the filament. Filament sensor calibrated. And we're all calibrated. John. Just. Are you making fun of me again with my soldering technique? If you didn't trim a wedge. So down under, that was what I did earlier. I did trim the little wedge onto the end because I learned that from my Ender 3. Okay. So we did the filament sensor. Happy printing. Now it's time to test. Hey, look! I get to eat the last of the gummy bears. So, yep, it's telling us to join printables. Yep.
The end of the manual.
Well, let's open up Prusa Slicer.
He's not that nice.
Okay. All right, configuration update is available. Okay, let's let it install the update.
See, I told you guys we're gonna print today.
Okay. So, give me a second. Hey, James, can you take the screen off the screen real quick? The screen off the screen. There is a... I'm pretty sure I have... a model we can use. 3 days later, torture. Yeah, torture penguin time. Okay. I think that's the right one. Let me try opening it real quick. File, import. We can, but first, har.
The breed.
Okay, so James, can we put the computer back up on stream? We happen to have preheat for PLA. Okay. We will listen to Down Under Maker.
Accidentally.
I know. Okay. All right. What is... the Prusa? There's my box. What temperatures does Prusa want? Bed temperature 40 to 60. Nozzle temperature 205 to 225. Let's go to preheat. PLA. I'm going to make sure the top is open. We should be able to print with the front open, so we are preheating. Let's see here. That's not the right penguin. It's built in. Oh, for the preheat. Yep. Oh, I know which penguin Down Under wants. I think I actually have that saved on my other computer, but that is not a problem. So we can just go to printables here. Let's see here. It's open. I don't think I have it set on manual right now. Okay, so down under. Let me know if this is the one that you were talking about. Is that the torture penguin you're talking about down under? All right, so filament is, let's go down to Prusament. Prusament PLA. Well, let's see if we can get something printing at least. How about that? Because yeah, you know, new studio, new environment. I'm gonna have to do the calibration all over again. Yeah, stream the trip. Okay. Now let me see here. Because I don't think I've ever told this the IP address of this printer. And I am not familiar with Prusa Slicer printers. Prusa. There should be a way to just send this over. And please tell me if I am wrong on that. Oh God, Daffy's still doing his walking. Then to connect. Okay, so slice now. Do I need to log into Prusa to do this? Or Prusa Slicer? Because I did not connect this with Prusa Connect. So let's do this. James, can you do me a favor? Can you grab, do you have a thumb drive that we can throw a file on that doesn't have all your... Right. Follow the prompts, okay. Export G code. Let's go into documents and save. Export finished. All right. James, you have an easier time with this. Can you plug this into the USB in the back of the computer? All right. I'm walking around the back.
Down Under, I promise you, it only has ISOs on it. And not even the wink wink nudge nudge ISOs, like actual Linux ISOs on it. This one, anyway. This drive.
Okay, now the question is did that thumb drive pick up? It will ask for the IP. Well, when I went to export G code, it did not ask for the IP. Okay, well, we at least have G code there, so let's paste that in there, and we are going to be there should be a SYN to connect. Copy, paste. Well, we at least have it on the thumb drive, so we should at least be able to print from the thumb drive. I will work on getting the
Prusa Connect.
yeah. I will work on getting the Prusa Connect and all that done at the new studio, because IP addresses and all that are going to change. All right. So there's our little torture penguin. All right. Well, we got it uploading now, so we're gonna try. Yeah. I've done an SD card print on an Ender. Was filament unloaded successfully. Um, yes, loading filament. Okay. Gonna unload. And reload. Feeding it through. Okay, it's not saying filament's loaded. A filament specified in the G code is either not loaded or the wrong type. Okay. Oh no, because I put it as Prusa PLA or Prusa PLA, so I have no idea. So the bed's at the right temperature. Apparently the hot end's cooling down. Yeah, the 2001 is do. Yep. We go stop. Go home. Filament. Unload. PLA.
Great question.
Okay, so it's unloading. What are you doing? This is highly irregular. I have no idea. What is irregular about this, Down Under?
You're a regular.
Okay. Load filament. PLA. Make sure the filament is inserted through the sensor. It's full of penguins. Okay. Why does this say that makes it special? The filament sensor is hooked up. When it calibrated and said it was fine. So now it's saying filament loading 0%. And we are all the way to the tool head. I'm gonna have to recalibrate these filament sensors again to even get this thing to print. Let's go stop. Return. Let's see if it'll print. Filament not detected. Load filament now. Yes. So yeah, I think I need to recalibrate the filament sensor, because once it gets to the tool head, I'm not getting that continue. Yeah, so I'm all the way up to that tool head and it will not let me push any further down under, but I am not getting continue on the screen. Yep, so I think I need to recalibrate.
Just one print, that's all we want. Is that too much to ask for?
Filament sensor. Okay. Please make sure there is no filament in the tool head and side filament sensor. Continue. Is there any filament in the tool or side filament sensor? No. Push the filament through the side and extruder filament sensors until the extruder engages with the filament. Let's see here. Push the Bowden deeper into the coupled in top of the tool head. Okay. Let me rotate the printer here. Yeah, that's... That's in there. It won't go any deeper. Okay, so push it through. Okay, filament inserted. Press continue. Filament sensor calibration done. Okay. So that detected the filament sensor. Wait. Oh, Bergman and Tom. I really do need a "that's what she said" button. Return, return. Let's back it out. Filament. Load filament. PLA. Loading filament. See. Well, let's pull it out and cut the end again. If the balls aren't engaged, it's not all the way in. Oh, God. Okay, we have a nice little angle cut on there now. There we go. Continue. We're gripping the filament. Oh, that's definitely purging now.
Hot, hot, oh, we got it. Hot, hot, say we got it.
There we go. In the bin it goes. Let's see here. All right, just letting it ooze here for a bit, and then is the color correct? Yes. Auto retracting. Eh. Okay. Return. Closing door. Print. Let me rotate. Let's see here. All the way in, it won't go any deeper. That's what she said. If the balls aren't engaged, it's not all the way in. The sensors have 5mm balls. Down under has no idea what we're thinking of. Mad Dog, yeah, it looks like that little slice helped it out. Let's see, you're going to give me some advice. Never leave filament in a Bowden if I value my sanity, because if it breaks, you're effed and have to take it out to clear. I've had a broken filament, thankfully. It was on a much shorter Bowden, but I will definitely take that into advice, especially on this thing, because this, yeah, this seems like it'd be a giant pain in the butt to sit here and get done, but okay, we're going. We're getting some homing done. And that is why all filament should be circumcised first. Okay. So fans are going. Bed is working on coming up to temperature. We'll see if this works, because I think I selected the wrong filament in the slicer, because I selected Prusa PLA, and I believe this is Prusa Mint PLA. So we're going to see how this does. Oh, I don't want to pull out that side sensor. That sounds like it'd be a pain. Like that was a pain in the butt getting in the first place. Okay, we are. So the hot end's up to temp. The bed's up to temp. I think it's taking this long because it's like, hey, the chamber it's saying I think is 33 and it wants it down to 20. Let's turn on the AC. Get some cool air in here because it's just warm in this room in general. It's fine. It's PLA. It'll be fine. Thanks for the laugh. Yep, so yeah, I can't quite tell why it's not starting yet, except for I think the chamber temperature is, there we go, we're moving. Let's see here, so it'll be fine. Open the door. I think I have, so the vent is open. Let me see if it'll let me. Yeah, it's not gonna let me open the, what? Nope. I've got to turn off that sensor. But the vent is open. Let's see here. We'll get moving. I think it's doing a bed mesh on us. Okay, now it's raising the hot end temperature. Let's see here. You just wanted it to pause because of the silly doors sensor. Oh, down under. You love torturing me. Actually, I think you like torturing everybody, including yourself, so. The predator goes, not burr. Okay, it looks like I have nothing flashing on the screen, so we're purging. We are printing.
Guys, the title isn't a lie. We've done it.
Well, we're gonna see.
Whether it finishes or not, it is printing, and that's all I promised.
Actually, can we see top down? Let's see if that shows better. Which way do you guys prefer? Seeing the top down or from the front? You're taking a 2-year-old to lunch in a white shirt. Yeah. Down under? If you really want to live on the edge, tell me you're taking her to Italian. Let's see here.
Guys, thanks for coming to this stream. We got about another 20 seconds before we're gonna close off here. So.
Yeah, this print time definitely is not something to keep an eye on because it went from 7 minutes, like now it says 7 minutes, and then it goes up to an hour. Yeah. Printing time, 7 minutes. Printing time, 1 hour.
I guess. Speed. So it has to slow down.
Yeah. Oh, Gergman, you mentioned curry. I had some Japanese curry today with some chicken katsu. Oh, that was so good.
So I don't understand why that happens, because I don't end the stream in YouTube Studio. I end it on OBS, and I always end it like a good 5 seconds after his last word. I don't know why YouTube ends it so early.
We're printing. Let's see how this thing goes. The slicer estimate was always within a minute. The slicer says normal mode 1 hour and 8 minutes, stealth mode 1 hour and 17. Top down or front depends on first, second, or third wife. Oh, Howie. Okay. Let's see here. Well, we're gonna see. It's definitely pushing plastic.
Down under, maybe I'll just not worry about stopping the stream in OBS and watching when he stops talking in the preview on YouTube and see if that does any better.
We are printing now. I also, if you guys want to see it at some point, I do have the model for the Flexi Penguin. I don't have a multicolor printer to print it like Howie did, but I at least have the model for it. Yeah, at least not yet. We don't have a multicolor. Slicer says about an hour and 8 to 1 hour and 17 minutes.
I don't know if we're gonna sit here quite that long. That's a long one.
For an hour and watch this thing print the torture penguin?
I don't want to sit here for an hour and watch it print the penguin. I'm hungry. I want my dinner.
I mean, at this point, you can go make dinner, and I can just keep talking to him. Manual filament swaps per layer go. Oh God, that would be a bit of a torture. You almost have another Rook Mark II printed during this stream, hey? That's the advantage of having multiple working printers. As of right now, I think I have one.
Yeah, maybe I'll try and find a good end of stream screen. Make it a little bit easier so I don't gotta worry about it cutting off.
Okay, well, I think the feet are done at least, so it's just bodies and overhangs at this point. And this has one extreme overhang on it. If you guys want to see what this overhang looks like, look at that beak. This is going to be a pretty extreme overhang. In fact, what I'll do here real quick, if you guys want this, since I'm printing it out in stream, let me go ahead and paste that in chat for you guys. Let's see here, James, you're gonna cook. Make sure it's enough for the whole class. Be kind of hard to get it to you, Mad Dog. See, if I was a teacher or pro streamer, you would have emergency pivot content for if something happens. I would, wouldn't I? But I am not a pro streamer, and I do not claim to be one.
Not yet, anyway.
I need money from this, so I cannot call this profession yet. Here, John Doe, you were trying to use a laser cutter today, but you're just burning wood at this point. I would offer advice, but I do not have any experience with CNC lasers and all that, so I am not going to try to be one of those armchair engineers that's like, oh yeah, try this and everything, because I don't know. Let's see, Gergman, you're working on getting all your printers online. Currently 9 3/4 out of 11. A 12th is just coming out of the box. I was like, which printers don't you have online, Gergman? Let's see. So we're printing here. Yep, the feet definitely finished. So you were wondering why it was getting so smoky. Your son closed the garage door. Yeah. Ventilation in most of our hobbies is a very big thing. Nemesis, I think you need that little filament swapper thing that automatically swaps over for you. Go make food. Let's see here. Down under, you're gonna have some fun laundry if those whites get dirty. Let's see here. Your so Gergman, your 2.4 is getting a new tool head. Then you're starting a Seaboard Trident. Nice. I have not done anything with Seaboard yet. I know Mad Dog built a Seaboard 2.4, and that turned out pretty well.
I'm gonna go start making dinner. If something happens or sounds awful, it's not my fault. Blame that one.
For those of you that couldn't see, he pointed at me.
Which is literally
Yeah, at least whites can be bleached. And most things will come out with bleach. I believe the one Project is doing is a form bot 2.4, not a Seaboard. But if I'm wrong, somebody please correct me. I can definitely say so far the Prusa is sounding louder than the 2.4 did, but then again, the 2.4 only ever printed a Benchy properly. So okay, so yeah, it is. I was correct. It is a form bot. That's why down under, if I ever get a Seaboard, I've got both. I've got ball head and straight. Actually, I've got two different sets of ball heads. I've got the Bondis ball heads, I've got the Fabrico ball heads, and then my straight ones are LDO drivers. Yep, so we've got the Penguin here. And if anybody's looking for filament, apparently, according to Printables, their non-NFC Prusa is 20% off right now, so that might be something. If you're looking for filament, might be something to pick up. Discount filament's always good. So we are slowly working on the body. It's getting wider and wider as it goes out, as they're making the belly. Does that discount work with your point? I have no idea if it works with points. I'd say I'd probably contact Prusa and see if it can. Let's. So yeah, I think what they're doing is it looks like they're putting a lot of their filaments on clearance, and I'm guessing those are the non NFC tagged ones. That way they can get rid of those. And just keep the regular filament in stock. Yep, so it's going here bit by bit. Yeah, that little light bar up there definitely does not make for a good streaming experience, but or at least for showing as it's putting on the layers, but it definitely lights up the model. Oh. The fun part, because I did not print this with supports, so this is definitely going to be a torture test, especially when it gets to these wings. And when it gets to its little flippers, that's where I think the real test is going to happen. Yeah, I don't know down under. Yeah, that beak's a really tough overhang. That's... If it can get through the flippers and the beak, this is going to be amazing. We'll see here. Night, John. And for those of you that follow them, Dave and Terry, couldn't stream last night. They're supposed to be streaming tonight in a bit under an hour. So let me see if we can get you guys a link to Dave and Terry. T live. Unless they cancel something. Yeah, it says that they're going to be streaming tonight, but I don't see a live stream updated. Does anybody know if there's an update on that? You want a link to just Terry, not Dave and Terry? Slowly going. The screen says 45 minutes. Let me see if they posted anything. And I can't really bring up my Discord right now. Actually, yeah, I can. Give me a second. Let me see if they posted any updates on their Discord. No. I'm just sending a message real quick, seeing if they'll respond to me. All right, let's see if we get a response. So we're about 36% of the way done. Let's see here. Have fun at lunch down under. Hopefully those white shirts stay clean. Let's see. Still got 13 of you in here. Yeah, I kind of want to get, Tom, I want to kind of give the first print its best chance. So far, it's going pretty well. Knock on wood, because thankfully I have a wood desk. Thanks for sticking around, Gergman. You know, I'm kind of excited to see if this thing fully prints. As I said, the flippers, and as Down Under Maker said, the beak, I think are going to be the tough points on this print. Yeah. Actually, I'm not even sure if those will print it all. Yeah, I guess they will. We're gonna find out. Yep, we're gonna find out. I may have made a mistake and this thing actually needed supports, but ooh, 8-hour drive to visit family and then no printing for the next 5 days. Oh, Tom, I hope you feel better. Being sick is never fun. Yep. We're going to stop the print because I was an idiot. And the flippers actually do need supports on them. So I'll show you guys what happened here. You look where the flippers are, it just started printing in midair. And that did not bode well. But that just popped right off, so that was cool. What we can do here in the meantime. I will say that first layer looks amazing. All right, let's see what models I have. Actually on. There we go. There's apparently a benchy already on the thumb drive, so we're going to try printing that. Yeah, he kind of lost his head. Yeah, he kind of lost his head a bit. But I will know for future that while the overhangs on that are nice, I need to put supports on this model. But our look VFAs, I don't know if you guys can see. Let's see if I can. I am seeing some VFAs on the print, but I'm also under some very harsh lighting, which accentuates all of that. I don't know if you guys can see that. But I can say for your average person and everything, this would look great. Let's see how this benchy does. It looks like it's probing for the purge line now. Okay, it's heating up the nozzle. So, no, he looks pretty close to the one in the... You can see when he stands up, he would stand up like that, like he was actually printing in the standing position. It's just two tiny little feet. And if you look here in the model, like if I go like that, that's how he would have been. Let me orient. I can't wait to get to the new studio. I'm pretty sure that... Oh. I think I got the belly like the penguin in the model too. I cannot wait until I get to the new studio that has a much more stable desk. Mad Dog, I'm gonna wait to do the setup, the physical setup of the machine, in the slicer when I get to the new studio, because it's gonna be a whole new Wi-Fi, whole new IP address, everything. But it's kind of moving now. Yeah, Gergerman, this new studio is definitely going to be a whole new world. I'm going to have so much more room in there. I'm going to have a lot more stable desks because you can see if I let go of this, this thing is shaking like crazy on this desk. Let me see if... Oh, come on, Gergman. V0 seems like it'd be fun to build. Can you guys hear me now? If you guys can hear me, type a 1 in chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to get James out here. Okay. Yep, looks like the battery died on the other mic. Thankfully, since James doesn't use one of these wireless mics, we've got 2. All right.
How's it go?
Mic just died. The mic just died. We just had to switch it out. The Penguin, the little flippers, needed support. So we had to cancel this print. But now I'm printing a little benchy that was on the thing. And it's 67% done.
It's almost done. I'm just trying to pause.
All right. You got 4 minutes to sit in here? Because this should be done in like 4 minutes. There you go. James is making dinner. All right. Now I'm gonna have to say, you know, Mad Dog called the emergency, but nobody called Jenny. We couldn't get an 8675309. Gergman gave us a negative 468912. No funeral for the mic. Hopefully soon we're actually going to be getting a shotgun mic, and I'm not going to have to worry about these wireless ones unless we're going out to an event or something. But hopefully soon we'll have a shotgun mic, and that's going to be... There we go. There's another famous number, Kenneth, 90210. The funny thing is if you look at like shipping and addresses like that, like it is the most common zip code, because if like a lot of those scammers and everything overseas, if they want to sit here and put a zip code in, they all know 90210 from the old TV show. So all right.
Hey, it's me. What have I missed?
So we're printing the steering house for the benchy right now. Let's see, Brent. Nemesis, you were going to build a V0, but you have a Micron and don't need another smaller plate. I can say the V0 does have a very small plate. It's, from what I understand, it's very good for prototyping and those quick little prints. Like, hey, if I needed to sit here and, oh look, I misprinting a hinge on a Voron, then I could heat that up real quick and print on that. But for practical prints, it's pretty small.
This thing is ripping.
Done?
It's ripping fast.
It's shaking the entire desk. Yep.
Oh, I see a smokestack printing.
Yep. %, 98. $99.
And done.
100%. So let's let this bed lower. Okay, well, I can definitely say the speed bit G gives up some quality for speed because you cannot read the words in the back. Bottom text still there. We still have that whole line that everybody has. Could probably do a bit more tuning on this. But other than that, it actually looks pretty nice. So we have the first successful print on the Prusa. You first, Gergman. All right, well, I'm going to take Down Under Maker's advice. And unload our filament. That way I'm not leaving anything in here because I definitely, as I'm transporting this, do not want this filament to break in here. I will say that is a nice feature that these things have. They actually have clips to hold the end of your filament in there. That is a nice thing instead of having to feed them through a side hole or something like that. But with that, we have our first successful print complete. We know for our torture penguin, we have to use supports next time. But yeah, pretty good. With, if all goes as planned, Mad Dog, next stream, we will be in the new studio. James and I are spending all tomorrow moving stuff from here to there, so wish us luck. But other than that, I've been Penguin Makers. Behind the camera for most of the stream has been James Q. And go make something awesome.